Now day. This is now day 3 of Rogue Trader. Okay. So. I played around a bit. I've been started up the game and stuff like that. So I kind of just been sitting here looking at equipment, setups, and stuff like that for the characters. So that's kind of what I've been doing for like 10 minutes maybe. Yeah, maybe 10 minutes. Somewhere around there. We might actually want to do this as well. So we're back with more Rogue Trader. Last we left off with we found the tech priest. No, electro priests. I think they are. It's just one of those weird weird factions anyway. Flak armor. Armor deflection. How does that look? I think we're going to keep to the flak armor 35%. Throw a grenade on you. And a fire grenade as well. A set of sacred oil. Okay. Electro priests, yeah. You know what? I'm not going to sweat it exploring
Rise to the top or get left in
too
the
much.
dust.
I feel like I'm just go. Okay, so how is it looking here? Okay. Reach the reactor, deal with Aurora. So this is a boss fight now, I have a feeling. Yeah, that's Aurora, I'm pretty sure. The face of the woman who stands before you is hidden behind a grotesque barred mask. Yet the voice pouring out beneath belongs to someone else. It's husky, somber bass of Void Wolf. A border of ships. How predictable your path is. How static. All the possibilities. All the possible depths you have skirted, only to perish here in a fiery tempest that will mark the final dawn. The woman turns her mask to Pasqal and gloats. You have arrived just in time, little cog. Schematicals used. Schematical? Schisms? Schematicals? Use your regalia a little like a mask to subdue the reactors. Pasqal was musingly. A cog? I cannot comprehend why apostates try to insult me by comparing me to the sacred symbol of faith. It is irrational. His visor lights up with crimson herald, like a crimson herald of bloodshed, and his drill mechadendrite whirls viciously as it's ready to strike. The sacred cog grinds all corruption to dust. From dust I will build order. But a talented enemy. Can you do the emperor? Can you do the governor's voice? I cannot. Slaves such as you, and he has no voice. You're mute. Woman's voice shifts to a different pitch and timbre. A martyr's voice, young, fervent, in pain. Time has all but run out. I can hear the first of the future knocking on the door of the present. Choose quickly what you want to be when you walk in. A blind slave to what is gone, a faithful servant of what is to come, or a corpse. I don't know why I did the voice, but hey, I did it. Okay. I would take some time to wrest from you the details of the future that cults prophesies. Hopefully, when you are done, what's left of you is still capable of comprehending speech. What you'll be is a living torch, blazing for his glory. Agatha's voice burns with pure hatred and trembles with impatience to make the promise come true. Enough. Enough. I will get rid of Riken Manoris of your tyranny. You want my head, why? Oh, Brother Twilight, known as Conrad, marked you as a target. Your foiling his plan sealed your death warrant, and it's now predestined, certainly, that change can no longer affect. Are you trying to blow a... Who are you? My name is known to you. I am Aurora, servants of the Ural of the Cruel, and the spark of the final dawn, the destination to set Rikard Honoris blaze. A great path for one who was born into Imperium's bondage, but shunned her predestination in favor of the changes promised by the edge of daybreak. Whose servant are you? Is Ural the demon or another heretic? So this is the final dawn, Alius. What servitude are you talking about with predestined? The edge of daybreak. Is that your unholy patron? Our teacher, our savior, our merciful God, born in the immaterium out of woes of those laboring under the legacy of ignorant servitude. You cannot see the woman's face behind the mask, but judging by her tone and malicious triumph, you could swear she's smiling. And he remembers you, Björn Shadowpelt. The silly savior fantasy you have been acting out amuses the true master of those people's fates. Whose servant are you? Is Uralon a demon or just another heretic? Resounding laughter from behind the mask. Your flippancy is so amusing. Why? You know you have no inkling on the clasp that separates us. He is the prophet who foresaw our impending doom and who graciously bestowed upon us the right to choose a different path. He is a shard of the ancient wisdom from a time before we were slave to our bitter predestination. Rogue Trey, I can't wait to close this creature's mouth, seal it with death, or are you saving this glorious deed for yourself? So what is the Fallen Dawn? Is it all your followers ever talk about? The salvation from that whose name is yet to unknown, but whose approach is sensed by many. Soon it will claim every inhabitant of the Chronic's expanse. Do you think anyone will come to our aid when the cataclysm shakes our homes and planet-wide genocide are unleashed? Will the Emperor help, or the Idol of Iron they call the Omnissiah? No. We will die alone, abandoned. Only one deity is promising salvation. The edge of daybreak. Mercy of salvation will come to all who believe in him and purify their souls in the light of the final dawn. What servitude are you talking about? Destination. Everyone born in the Imperium has a predestined. The soldier, the commoner, the administratum official, the technomat, the void rat, all consigned to serve the golden throne and are dying grim deaths in the glory of the Imperium. Never think twice about threatening people as exploited as expendable. Treating people as exploitable and expendable. After all, they are most easily replenished of all resources. Your path is predestined. Rogue Trader, you will inevitably perish on your quest to expand humanity's domain, and your end will be particularly grim and ghastly. The fruit of your effort will be enjoyed by others, the eternal aristocrats who dwell on Mars, Terra, and other safe worlds. They insist that it's natural order of things, but it's a lie. It's an order that benefits them. Why are you blinding people? Do you think they are blind? They see more than you do. Through the reflections in the mirror, blessed by the energies of the Immaterium, the edge of daybreak reveals to them visions of true existence, giving them a glimpse on what is to come. The eyes lie. Our erstwhile master has taught them to see only what is consistent with the lies they tell. A gift we give is that of true sight. Woman takes a glass Woman takes the glass prism out of her folds of her clothes and looks at you through it with a mocking. A prism in bluish pink sheen imprints itself on your retina as thought it has been burned. Guess what I see when I look at you? In case you should consider losing your eyes, losing the eyes too, sister, cause your vision is all wrong. My whispers are telling me something completely different about who dies here and how. I won't spoil the surprise, so let's just say it comes as quite a shock to you. Idra grins maliciously. Conversations of true fighting. Conversation about true frightens ignorant minds. Enough. I will get rid of Rykad Menoris. The woman voice becomes a little brittle, like of an innocent sigh. Execute them in the name of the Edge of Daybreak. Electro-priest rips their hands off their command panels, rending their flesh, stakes piercing them, as their schizophrenic-controlled bodies are imbued with motive force radiance, and unfortunately you can do... All the unfortunates can do is scream in horror and pleads the swift death. Aurora begins muttering an unholy litany in broken Gothic. You cannot make her blasphemous words, but the name of the heretic is repeated. The edge of daybreak digs into your hearing like a blade in a defenseless flesh. It sounds almost like physical pain. It spawns a strange, impossible phantom in your mind. However, you muster your strength and banish it out of your mind.
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
I will level you.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to do this.
Me. Was that you? Well.
Okay, nice. Then we buff
On it.
Albert, and then buff Albert. And then we... Okay.
Activate calculated fury algorithm. Running binary override.
Okay, nice. Okay. Why did we hit? They keep hitting Bjorn every single time. It's like he has some kind of a target on his back. Okay.
Rejoice in battle.
Okay. Pick that, and then
Doubt is for the weak.
yes, pray and pray. You took down one. That's something.
I need a foothold. I won't object to it.
Okay, what does that actually do? Resolve. Okay.
Let's see to it.
And you missed. We should probably get you a new weapon.
I've faced worse than
Oh,
this.
for fuck's sake.
Victory is imminent. Reduced to dust.
Okay. I need to get some kind of self-healing for Bjorn.
On it.
Injured. I'm in.
You never stood a chance.
Negligible.
First up is Idra. Okay, Pasqal is going next. So we can actually just do that. Buff Pasqal with strength and buff you with vision.
Was that you? Or
My vow, your Messiah, condemns you.
Takes care of those.
Running binaric override.
as the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without
And then we
shields is
reload.
worthless.
The Emperor is on our side. I won't object to it. I'm done with this one.
No more here. Okay. You know what? Let's heal you up a bit then. because we have 4 over here. Yeah, 4 over here. And we don't want to use that just yet.
It will be done. I took care of this one.
Electro Priest down. The last pistol doesn't have the range to reach him. That doesn't...
Who if not me? Enemy down. Here's my perfect moment.
85.
You never stood a chance. I'll see to it. Enemy down.
Okay, nice.
I'll make it happen.
Bjorn has already killed several people this game, in this round it seems. Okay, Idra is here. We're going to lay off the psychic things a bit.
They who discern the future own the battlefield.
Advancing.
We're just going to blast him and miss everything. Two rounds until they... Okay, yeah.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it.
More trouble than it's worth. Everyone, step aside. For the throne's glory. But of course, Lord Captain, the Inquisition sends their regards.
What is it we need to do? Do we need...
Follow my lead. Just a minor setback.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a good thing to keep in mind.
At your beck and call. Indeed. I will do my duty.
Okay. $44, $62. Okay, I don't know how that works, but I'm not going to complain.
Vengeance was...
Explodes in one turn.
I know what is to come.
Just outside the reach. Okay, yeah.
Request approved. High momentum.
Okay, nice. This method often inflicts exploit on all enemies. Hit. Okay, yeah. Nothing that is like, oh yeah, great, fantastic. Hello, Rachi. How are you doing?
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. I refuse. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Nice.
I won't object to it.
Even with sleeping pins. Yeah, that sucks.
I'll see our foes obliterated. Get me a target. Natural.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
I think we might actually fail this.
Victory is imminent. It will be done.
I'll see to it, but
Yeah. Final dawn is coming. Yep, we need to reload. Load last save. Yep. That was a rough one, honestly. I'm thinking about how I actually should tackle it in a different way. Presumably you need to kill everyone around there so her shield goes down, but yeah. Yeah, no, Rashi, I have no clue of how to actually help you with that, because weirdly enough, if it's one thing I'm actually decent at, it's
I always
sleeping
keep
and
my
eating.
options open.
we've already been through this, so I'm just going to step away from the sacred reactor. I might allow you to surrender. Surrender, God, claim false godhood, dead god. Okay. Time has run out. Knocking on the future. I hope I can interrogate you. No, and this is that. Putting on Swedish Viking and explosion helps a tad with it. Yeah,
Your arrogance will be your downfall.
Surrender to the dark powers!
okay, that might actually be a good idea. I get fires first, okay, yeah.
Guided by faith.
We put spray on, rapid fire, and we just aim down the line and try to hit as many as possible.
I'll do it.
And Agatha keeps disappointing. We need to get her... We upgraded her bolter. That might actually been... might have actually changed the fire rate on it.
Stop it!
Nothing.
Okay, we're going to use a grenade. Last time we used a fire grenade, that took out a fair bit of them. If we use a normal grenade... we can kill 3 of them straight up. We can kill 3 there as well. I think we're going with...
Who, if not me? Numbers mean nothing to me. It's as good as done.
Oh, this'll leave a scar.
That is the most efficient way.
On it.
Toughness. Oh, that actually increases the veil. Okay, okay.
That is not my destiny.
I can't shoot. Okay, yeah.
Let's see to it.
No, we're just going to hit you with the sword instead. That's going to kill you straight up.
Reckoning is due.
At your beck and call. I'm not interested. Someone else can do this. I will do my duty.
He parried it. Okay. Nah, I parried back, so I guess that's fine.
Your end is near!
Parry.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. My vow is to function successfully terminate.
That's 2 more dead. I don't know how to do this. Honestly speaking.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Faith without deeds is worthless. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Really?
I'll do it.
Oh, we're going to have one of those times
The
again,
Emperor
are we?
commands, I act. Strike is a prayer. That is not the Emperor's will.
I'll make it happen.
Okay. Good.
Alas, no.
And then we charge in on you.
But of course, Lord Captain.
Okay, great.
Indeed, an exemplary strike. It will be done. Victory is imminent. That's not the Seneschal's job. I will do my duty.
Okay, you have no HP left almost.
My ears are ringing.
Dodge, parry. It explodes in 1 round. Is this thing actually too high level for me?
As the tactical imperative dictates.
The bastard parried it. Of course it did. And it blows up. Reload last save. I'm thinking what I actually can improve, because it's me bashing my head against a wall now. I need either more damage or more movement speed. Like I'm contemplating on what is it that I need to do. So we're going to go up again. And continue moving around this place like a bit.
Keep your wits about you.
Cultists were killed. Some kind of a hit and run tactic. The melodies of machine spirit, ways of diagnosis divanicus. Diagnostic
Do you see
divanicus.
that?
Mummified electropriest. The tech priest's body rests a mental stable surrounded with sparkling spirals of copper coils. The platinum of the sacred augments cover his flesh, and his cosmetics have been polished with great care. In carrot electos cover the dead man's crossed arms and bare torso, and strands of wire envelops his head. Pasqal respectfully bows his head before the dead man and carefully touches the shriveled body on the tip of his macadana. Honored adherent, I thank you for showing us the truth of the fabricated General Perseravor Maxim. Death does not end the service of the spirit-driven. Examine. The body looks motionless, but you notice a small tremor in the fingertips. This omniscient servant of the Omnissiah must have been data dreaming. His mind enveloped in digital retrieval can persist for hundreds of thousands of years, while his frail body is decaying. The sacred state of trance is a great reward, only rewarded by the wisest and most pious service of the machine god. Can you hear me, Techbri? Next to the cable body is resting a small amulet crafted from burned cognitive circuit boards. There is no dust on these small offerings. They are clearly left here recently. Can you hear me, Tech Priest? The light in the crypt becomes a little brighter and sharp, and the smell of ozone fills the air. The vox on the ceiling comes alive and let forth a solemn binary area that turns into a crackling solemn voice. In the dark hour, I'm ready to bring you good tidings, Tech Brethren. Now respond with a word of the second galvanic hymn. The second galvanic hymn is revered miraculous prayer of the Adept Mechanicus. Naturally, you know it very well. Let us praise the twin charged of the body electric dome and the Omnissiah who lights the spark reason within us, and let us carry his charge to those who have turned their mind towards his light. Let it be so indeed. The monastery is under attack. Can you help? If I data dream, I saw their unholy requests and rejected them angrily, and it said that a fourth article of security: no unbelievers shall hand intruders upon. No unbeliever's hand shall intrude upon the operation cycle. They have seditious design on the relic, and but should I give you, who does not belong to our faith and our fellowship? My blessing stands up to the blasphemous. I may not be a member of the priesthood, but I am of the same. But you and I are of the same fate. Would you prefer to wait until the dirty hands are inside the reactor? Do you have any idea what they will do? The relic, the mere thought of the desecration is blasphemous. The mere chance is sacrilegious. Sacrilege. So be it. In the name of the shaming the non-believer, I grant you the blessing of the special access to the protection from rage of the motive force. Dry crackling sounds from inside the crypt walls as awaken cognitators process the ancient tech priest command.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Oh, that's where the Inquisitor was. Oh.
I always have a backup plan.
I thought we would actually get some more benefits from doing more stuff around here.
Let us not dawdle. I always keep my options open.
Let's give this another try then. Now,
Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
let's have a look on this a bit more then. We can't give you any better weapons, can we? You know what? We are going to give you the damn plasma weapon. What can we actually give you that actually would be beneficial for you? Bonus on tech use, Lord Imperium testing. Officer type abilities. Armor against warp damage. Let's give you a grenade. Let's give you a grenade. $25, $20, $30 here upon. Okay, we're going to throw that on you as well. Yeah, you have that one. Yeah, that seems like a really, really good thing to have. Emergency injector, because this guy keeps dying. I don't know why. I want to experiment on one thing. So we have actually done this. Step away and we might surrender. Are you trying to blow up? I'm the light and dawn, sometimes reveal the future. Daybreak is fragment between facts, possibility, view unclear. The glimpse importance displays must come. Okay. If I just do this. Now I want to do. How many turns is it now?
I'll make an example out of you.
Your Emperor won't save you! Your blood will flow!
Rounds until the reactor explodes is 2 now. What?
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. I'm done with this. For the throne glory.
See my great
won't go
works,
down
masters!
easy.
Be gone.
Okay.
At your beck and call. Indeed.
Your end is near!
Activate calculated fury algorithm. Request approved. Your desire condemns you.
On it. You all fall before my might.
Okay.
I refuse. You should feel honored to witness this. I'll see to it. My gut tells me it's a bad idea. I'll make it happen.
Oh, that's bullshit. Utter bullshit.
Taking calculated risk is my second nature.
He killed his own guy. Great. I'm not going to complain. It explodes the next round. Completed round. Okay. Oh! 3 rounds until it explodes now. So we need to kill the tech priests. And the more we kill the tech priests, the faster it is. So we need to focus on killing the tech priest to extend.
Faith without deeds is worthless. As the Emperor commands.
Reload.
The Inquisition sends their regards.
What is this foreboding?
And then we're going to turn around.
Will
and
do.
Blast him.
But of course.
Blast Pasqal.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
There.
At your beck and call. It will be done. One fewer target.
Okay, just hit him.
Function successfully terminated.
3. Okay, so that's how you need to do it. You need to run out the clock that way. Okay, fair enough. That's a chaos bomb. That's not good. That is not good at all.
I'll see to it personally.
Surefire. Corpse. Yeah.
Throne temples.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Rejoice in battle! Doubt is for the weak. Strike is a prayer.
Okay. Ouch. That's his major.
Someone's death wish is mine to grant. Let's see to it. I won't object to it. Be gone. Let's see to it. Done with this one. Focus, Van Calix. Focus.
Cover me.
Yeah, we need to get you.
Will do.
We need to get you a secondary weapon, if that makes sense.
Was it you? Or
My place is at the fore.
These tech priests are tanky though, that's for sure. Oh, electro priests.
I won't go down easy.
Advancing. Running binary override.
Who is
95. Okay. 4 turns. Yes. We might actually be able to do this. That chaos spawn is the thing that worries me though.
Guided by faith.
not 38, 18. It's a big guy, so pop that. That's now 20, that's 42, that's doable. And it missed.
I won't do that. I won't object to it. Nothing stands against me.
Dodge, nice, nice. Hello, Echo.
On it.
The chaos bomb needs to be dealt with.
At
Come
your
on.
beck and call. Reduced to dust.
Okay, we're up to 4 turns again before the place blows. Is there a path to walk back there? It looks like there's a path to walk back there. But I want to get you back though. May I disturb you from seemingly this important battle? What's on your mind? Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. That hurts. Oh, and I can't get past this because the cable there. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Explorators know one route. Forward. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Missed again! Of course. What do you have in mind? Come on, do it. Missed. No, 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 we're not doing that. Fuck that. You're moving over here.
God, Emperor,
Okay, for that.
move through me. Be the fire.
Okay. What happens now? What happens now? The shield is down? Or do we actually need to kill... We might actually need to kill this guy first.
More trouble than it's worth.
There is movement in the Empyrean. Anything else?
It has 101 health. Oh fuck.
Will do.
Momentum.
A tactically sound approach.
So we need to kill him more than anything. Okay.
Throne take you.
As the tactical imperative dictates.
Okay. He is now bleeding. What is it he has? Great armor depends on if it has more than it has 7. Okay, yeah, really complicated stuff. Immediately inflict external all.
I won't compromise my principles.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Can't shoot her. Okay. So we need to kill the Chaos Spawn. It has 80 of 140. A 2D co-op game in Terraria veins named... yes. Okay. I can put it this way. I have not seen it or looked at it at all. Oh, yeah, I've seen this one. It's 50% off now as well. It's a combination of several different games, this one. It's Terraria, it's Minecraft, and it also has a bit of like Stardew housing thing going on for it as well. It looks interesting, let's put it that way. I've already looked at it, yeah. Okay.
I need a foothold. Let's see to it.
But of course.
Was that you? Or...
Tried and tested tactics are
Okay.
the best ones. I will do my duty.
Yeah, no, we're not going to use last gun that way.
It will be done.
Because that's just going to... Okay, hit Pasqal, yes, yes, yes. You parried it?
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone.
Okay, it's down to 17 health. Idra, scream it into pieces. Enough! Now an aged, rattling voice is speaking from behind the bloodstained mask. You are powerless to halt the approach of what's to come. I see a crimson trail leading humanity to doom. Crimson trail. A huge warp storm stretching across the galaxy and resulting in a catastrophic rift in real space. Cicatrix smell like dictum. Oh, it's a, ooh. That's one of the latest like major things that actually have happened in Warhammer 40k universe. It is the fact. It is the fact that it kind of splits. Sorry, spoilers from 4 or 5 years ago, but it's one of the largest events in modern Warhammer history, pretty much. It's a thing that splits the galaxy in half. It splits it in half after the fall of Cadia, and that pretty much separates the Imperium into 2 pieces. One of them has all the benefits, one of them doesn't have any benefits, and it's just it's just like, oh, these guys have it good, but it's still really fucking horrible. These guys have it fucking horrible. It's even worse than you can imagine. Leading the humanity to doom, I see the glow of the final dawn. And that means the existence has made its choice. A dagger flashes in Aurora's hand. She drives it into the control panel with all her strength. Now you will see it too. Oh, for fuck's sake. A blinding voltic arc bursts forth from the broken control panel and strikes Aurora's uncanny mask. Its metal heats up, smoke billows through the bars with a howl of the cultist corpse. Oh. The light is gone. What is that? The final dawn. But why was it so different from our teacher promised us? Aurora shakes her head blindly. Her voice is now the voice of an ordinary middle-aged woman, frightened and in pain. You will pay for this. You... The woman's body goes limp and collapses to the floor. Her iron mask hits the ground with a dull bud. Pasqal examines the corpse with contempt and concludes dryly, confirmed. Purgation and termination. Hetrix grimace in disgust. The heretic took the secret with her. Pity. Hendrix approaches Aurora's body and leans over. A minute, please, Bjorn Shadowpelt. I need one more minute. Inspect the control panel damaged by Aurora. Successful. The cogitator is probably well beyond repair, but your attention is drawn away from the sacred machine towards the dagger sticking out of the control panel. On closer inspection, it turns out to be lavishly decorated handguard of a sword whose blade has been pried out. Its pommel is decorated with strange adornment resembling eyes covered with scaled lid. What remains of the blade has blue sheen and the same tint as Conrad's weapon during the mutiny on your void ship. This is no human-made object. It was grown from Wraithbone. Wraithbone is one of those things. Is there like an end to the 40k universe? As of now. So, in the lore, there's a lot of things going on. And one of the things is that every single Space Marine chapter and every single stuff like that is actually has a thing that is said to be the Ragnarok, the end of the universe, and stuff like that. It's really hard to explain, but let's put it this way. For the first time in many years, the story is actually moving forward as is. So, for example, here's the thing, like, it's hard to explain because it has so many underlying layers that I need to explain the thing that I want to explain. But let's put it this way. There were 20 Primarchs. Or it was 18 Primarchs. Yeah, that's also a whole fucking clusterfuck of lore. But those were pretty much the sons of the Emperor. They were made from genetic stock with specific tasks, every single one of them. And half of them rebelled. Two of them... I think 2 of them is confirmed dead. Yeah, my question was more like, is this game out now pushing the general story? Nope. Not in any way. Nope. This is... Let's put it this way. If you're interested in the Warhammer 40k universe, this game is fantastic. It has the atmosphere. It has weird little tidbits that you love when you're a Lornaut and stuff like that. It has so many aspects to it. Is it progressing the main lore? No, not really, because every single person in here is... if the Imperium is here, if that makes sense. This is the Imperium, pretty much. This here is an Imperium. You're somewhere here because you're a rogue trader and you work outside the Imperium. So it's not really... It doesn't really work in that same way, if you get what I mean. Because we're in an unexplored area called the Kronos Expanse, which is a cluster of planetary systems and solar systems that is outside the Imperium. And that's why we are here. We're the rogue traders. We are the ones that are allowed to go outside the Imperium and make stuff... take stuff for ourselves and just make it so it becomes part of the Imperium. It was grown from Wraithbone. Yep, it's a material favored by the Eldari. Yep. You lean over the shard, you suddenly hear a multitude of voices. They blend together, and the individual words are distorted as thought. They are mocking you or attempt to grasp their meaning. Nagging whispers is burning red scratches of unholy claws upon your mind. Really interested? Yeah. Mechanicus is really interesting because there's like, if you look at Mechanicus, toss the shard into the depths of the reactor. As you touch the handguard, the otherworldly cold envelops your hand only for a mere instant. As the very next second you send the corrupted weapon flying into the shining abyss, the terrible wailing of several dozen voices pierces through your mind and only turn into deafening shrieks and breaks off a clap of electricity it hears somewhere beneath your feet. What was that? Did you think it's a good idea throwing something into the reactor? I'd refrain from such experiments if I were you. I don't know. I don't have like a really good way of looking at it, but honestly, if you want to get into Mechanicus lore, I don't really have a good suggestion. The one I like from the Mechanicus is actually Belisarius Cain, because he is actually classified as a radical thinker. And some of the books he is in is interesting because he challenges he challenges the archetype that has been going for 10,000 years with the Mechanicus. And the problem is, he challenges it in such a way that makes it so they can't really stop him from doing what he's doing, because he's doing the exact same thing they're doing, but he's doing it on a higher level and in a different method. A tiny, like, variation of how to do it. So I'd recommend any of the book Belisarius Calls are in. There's several of them. But the problem is, every single book that he is in tackles a lot more lore heavy stuff. It's stuff that is more like integral to, you need to understand a lot of different things to understand what's going on in those books. Hey, it might sound absolutely horrible. My biggest, like, book recommendation, get into the Kane series. Because the Kane series tackle pretty much everything. It tackles Space Marine, explains what those are in a short brief. It explains heretics, how they fight them. It also explains... It explains everything, pretty much. Because Kane is a hero of the Imperium that pretty much is... Yeah, I like him because he is just genuinely... he's genuinely a good, horrible person that tries to be good. It sounded weird when I said it, but if you know him, know who Caspian Kane is, then yeah. But, like, you always have the options of going for honestly, if it's Mechanicus and a bit more humor you actually want out of it, there's a podcast that is starting by game is not a good idea. Oh, you can start by game. There's not really a game that is like actually informative of you progressing the lore, if that makes sense. The best way of starting, if you want to know about the Mechanicus, there's a thing on YouTube called Adeptus Ridiculous podcast or something like that. There. And look up the video for Adeptus Mechanicus. That is probably the best way to get into the lore about Adeptus Mechanicus. And those people are people that genuinely are like... It's Bricky, one of them. Bricky is one of the, like, fantastic lore person and fantastic... Honestly, they make it fun. Let's put it that way. They make it fun. They make jokes. They make memes when actually going through it. If you want serious, like, Adeptus Mechanicus lore, you want to go for, like, Lutin or some of those people. Game is kind of hard because the games that are out that tackle Adeptus Mechanicus would be the Mechanicus. Yeah, absolutely, and I'm in like, I'm in the hole with a shovel trying to find stuff. No, it's absolutely endless. It's lore from over 20 years of books, codexes, and stuff like that. And like, there's so many weird things. I have a certain amount of YouTube channels that just tackle lore things on Adeptus Mechanicus or on Warhammer 40k. You have a channel that goes through old codexes. Like, it's some of the most ridiculous lore, the old stuff that is. Rogue Traitor, on the behalf of the Holy Order, I thank you for your cooperation and release you from your requisition. From this moment on, I am yours, at your service. I'm ready to come aboard your ship ahead of and head for Footfall as soon as you deemed it possible. That's it. If you do not have any other business in this system, in which case I'm prepared to assist you in prompt resolution. Remove the mask. Yeah, we're removing the mask. The iron helmet is firmly attached to the heretic's flesh. Her face is impossible to make out in darkness behind the bars, but after peering at it a little longer than necessary, you wonder if for a moment you saw something move. Let us finish cleansing the monastery, Pasqal. Executing, let the Omnissiah give the motive's force flow, and all obstacles in its path are eradicated. Miraculous fusion reactor. Okay.
Is there money to be made?
Okay. No, it's all about the kind of lore you want to find as well. There's a fair bit of lore that actually is more in the weird, interesting way. And you have a fair bit of channels, like, you have certain channels that are shunned by people and stuff like that go into other pieces of lore. All attacks of opportunity deal damage plus agility. Plasma's prism. Collect all. Okay.
Always keep your eye on the price.
No, but it's something about what you said, like the lore is kind of endless, yes.
Over there.
Let us not
No
go.
question about it. I thought I would actually be stuck. Hallowed Electron seeming greets its savior.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Damage is
Oh, fuck yeah.
negligible.
Hey, what's that?
That.
Is there money to be made?
Well, let's head back to the ship now. Yeah, let's
Keep
head back
your
to the
wits
ship.
about you.
No, hello, Russia again. select all. I don't know what it is with this game specifically. It's a combination of the lore combined with like fresh things in general for me personally, but I find myself actually playing this game a lot. This is the third session I'm doing.
Always keep your eye on the
This
prize.
is the first session. Long play multiplayer. What do you mean by that? Sister Agatha? Actually fun now. Pep and DK are... Pep, DK and Nix are currently...
I was somewhat brusque
Okay.
at our first meeting, and I would like to make up for it by expressing my thanks for your assistance in the electrodynamic Cenobium. Your arrival could not have come at a better time.
Electrodynamic Cenobium.
Unfortunately, my personal investigation has hit a dead end. I think I will have to call upon outside resources to continue the search.
You see Hendrik's expression sour at the last. I have something to confess. I discovered some kind of chaos artifact at the conundrum cognitate and deemed it necessary to dispose of it.
What? All right. All right. At the very least, the object of corruption, if that is indeed what it was, has been destroyed. This is a satisfactory outcome.
Okay, yep.
There is one more thing. The Lord Inquisitor gave me this item some time ago. He must have thought it likely that I would find myself aboard this vessel sooner than he. I was instructed to deliver this device to Lady Theodora. However, given recent events, I believe I ought to present it to you. This is an elucidator, a sacred machine capable of translating the languages of remote and lost worlds into Low Gothic.
Oh,
It can
nice.
even process Xenos languages to a certain degree. Not without infelicities, but possibly well.
Okay. Yeah, you don't piss off the Inquisition. We just thank the Inquisition for its generosity. It's appreciated.
May the Elucidator serve House von Valancius as faithfully as it has served the acolytes of the Holy Ordos up to now.
What do you plan to do now?
I would like to offer my assistance in resolving your immediate problems. I am aware that the ship suffered considerable losses during the recent mutiny and was damaged by the cultists' actions, and you have lost many valuable officers as well. You are in a difficult situation. I am at your disposal.
Okay, much appreciated. What do you think will become of the electrodynamic Cenobium?
It all depends on the electro-priests who survived the attack. Fortunately for them, the cultists did not manage to seriously corrupt the holy site, partly thanks to the priesthood's efforts. Nevertheless, I would not be surprised if the local explorator fleet decides to audit and purge the damaged units once it hears about what has happened.
That sucks. I must return to my duties. Something about else when he is interrupted by the sound of the Fox signal. Someone's trying to contact you.
Thank you for your time. Please consider me at your complete disposal while I am aboard your vessel.
Congratulations on victory, your lordship. The entire vessel was impatiently awaiting the news of your expedition's success. The rumors about you not simply saving the Tech Priest Monastery, but actually eliminating the source of the mutiny, are spreading like a wildfire. The Vox transmission from across the world speaks of nothing else. Nice. Governor Mendes is waiting for you in the command center to discuss matters, but I ask you to delay the visit and turn your gaze to Navis Nobility Station instead. We are in desperate need of new navigator, but all our communication requests are still being ignored. I do not see how anything other than a personal visit from the man of your stature can convince the representatives of the Navis nobility, breaking their silence. Okay. So, we're going to take a bath. The water is calming murmurs, and the warm steam is feel inexplicably deceptive at a moment of weakness, and the rest promises nothing but danger. That's a bit serious, don't you think? Let's head up to the bridge and see what can be done. Captain. Hendrix is over there. Idra Talas. Idra is a psychic diviner surfer. Okay, so we're here. New blood, talk to the governor. We're going to head to over there, I think. Lord, try to disturb your Vickers pauses and listen to something. It's pandemonium outside the bridge. One of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think the master Versailles was. In any case, I wanted to warn you in advance. Okay. What's going on? You can always hire mercenaries to tailor your experience to gather a wholly unique. Okay. This is everyday sounds on the bridge are disturbing by voice raised, and then Abba's voice is loud. This is not the code conduct of an officer. These are antics of high-born brats out of Lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. Young woman standing before you. Albert strives with all her might not to quail under the onslaught of her superior. She falters but managed to look him in the eye. I apologize, sir, but I must speak with the Lord Captain. Very well, Lieutenant. You may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you have already seen fit to disturb him. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge is a display of belligerence towards a high-ranking officer. Will be logged on your personal file without delay. Lord Captain Avriel Vent, requesting permission to speak on the matter of extreme importance. You may speak, but I want to hear a report, not a shouting match. Having two officers bickering in full view of the bridge is unacceptable. I am sorry, Captain. I thought the drastic times called for drastic measures. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks and ordered to cross the workers' strike by any means necessary, but I'm convinced that this step is unwarranted and the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Vance is trembling in tension as she delivers the speech, her face extremely pale. Albert in no hurry to intervene, let out a skeptical huff, huff. Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the action of the Seneschal Viserion and intervene in what's happening on the lower decks, because very soon we will have another mutiny or massacre at our hands. Vance reels off the last words, although she knows them by heart. She has clearly been preparing to say them for some time. When she finishes, she casts an anxious glance at Albert, then you. There's an insurrection in the making on my ship, and no one has informed me? I would not deem it a problem worthy of a rogue's trader intention. The lower deck, it happens, as so happens, are in revolt. 30 some years ago, when we had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish worker rules across the entire ship. It took a month to restore order, but even 8 years later, we're still battling rumors that the hero had survived his execution and was on the verge of gathering people to fight against tyranny once again. Albert scoffs. Needless to say, the rumors are baseless, and as the current situation, we have sufficient enforcers to deal with it. But on this ship, the word of the Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo of 100 bolters. I'm sure that if the rogue trader addresses the malcontent directly, he will quell the unrest. I dread to think what problem you will disturb the rogue trader with next. Perhaps you will ask the Lord Captain to break up a brawl in the mess room. I've already given you the means to resolution to this problem. You simply need to use them. If I may, your lordship, sending a hit squad to crush the rebellion is a mean of ignoring the problem, not solving it. How did all of this start? The situation could boil over any minute, so I'll give you the condensed version. It all began when enforcers found a cultist amulet on a body of someone who had been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported it up the chain immediately, arranged it for cleanup rites, and performed open investigation. No heretics have been found alive, but the search brought tension between enforcers and workers to a head. Okay, so this is a purist run, so we're not. Where does the Seneschal Viserion come into all this? I shall explain. I beg you to hurry. Time is running out. I will not hurry, since my competence is under scrutiny. I shall speak as long as I see fit. There is an established order to the way things are done on this ship, and one of the pillars of this system is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It's the Seneschal's role to ensure that. I have always handled internal problems by myself. So of course, when I received information cultists are hiding in the lower deck, I took the matter into hands. So long as I live, not one of those vermin who murdered Theodora van Valkonois will find refuge on her ship. You were far too heavy-handed, Seneschal. Arrest, interrogate, mass punishment for entire sectors. It has driven people to the brink. Now there's a strike on the lower decks in Depot 4, to be precise. There are 3 worker clans involved, but Many more are passively supporting them, and the situation could degenerate into an all-out insurrection. But when I report my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit to crush the strike with maximum force. Albert, what do you have to say about all this? I see no need to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. For part, I urge Lord Captain to go down to the logger deck and stop the assault team, and speak directly to the people. You will see they are not lying or harboring heretics. That way you will stop the uprising from beginning. What is Depot 4? Depot 4 is one of the poorest sector on the lower deck. It's home to clans of general labor. They are not as valuable to the ship as the families who have served its specialized system for generations. They are easily replaceable resource, and one which is now more beside giving succor. What is that word? Succor to the cultist minions of the arch enemy. Depot 4 is poor and trouble. The worst that means drunken fights and illegal rotgut brewing. We have handled the workers in Depot 4 in the past. We would have done so again if the crackdown on Depot 4 hadn't been so harsh. And another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to this sector. It's not located on one of the most populated lower decks. It's located on one of the most populated lower decks, and everything that happens there has a knock-on effect on neighboring sectors. I've heard enough. I will go down to the lower decks personally. You know what? I want to go that. I've heard enough. I will go down to the lower decks personally. Praise the Emperor. Contains from you. Thank you, my lord. Albert grits his teeth like an Enterprise boarding on sophomoric, but please, yourself, Captain. However, categorically, I insist that I escort you. Yeah. Let's go with this. I have a feeling that it's going to be a rough one, and we're going to find heretics to kill. But hey, a bit of heretic killing has never stopped anyone. Greetings, Your Grace. Hey, it's Verskrim desk. Look, this is... I think they like him. Albert reflexively wiped the sweat from his brow with star-like human gesture, and telling one a rare moment where he allows his age to and awareness to show through his armor like veneer of self-assurance. The lower deck are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret we cannot replace all the locals with servitors. The people dared to disrespect. Did you hear that? They were shouting your name. Of course they were. The organization of daily routine, life on the ship rests upon my shoulders. A mountain of challenges and problems from which I endeavor to insulate you. Lord Captain, the situation on the lower decks has been a cause of concern, and I have intervened personally on more than one occasion. That must be why they remembered me. They do not know your face. To them you are akin to a creature of legend, one who has stood on top of the golden throne, nonetheless, whereas I'm a man whose name is attached to every order, docking rations or lowering bay heating. Let's keep moving. We need to get to the bottom of this. Something resembling a nest made out of thermal insulation material. This is where the workers sleep between shifts.
The Whispers told me a secret.
Let us not dawdle.
Lower deck rabble. What is that? Inside the box, a string scratched letter runs through along the edge. Different first names, but the same surname. It looks like a book has been passed down for family and generations.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
The sound of the heat discussion reverberate through the ship bay. Lieutenant Evervent of the shipping forces is barring the path of a heavily built assault unit officer, and judging by their expression and tone, the standoff has dragged on for some time already, and it's already reached a boiling point. I have my orders to put an end to the unrest and purge this sector. You can take your orders and shove them up your ass. Oh no, shove them. This is my deck, my sector. There are only 3 people who can waltz in here without express permission. Without my express permission. The first officer, the rogue trader, and the Emperor himself. So not all my lessons have fallen to deaf ears, Albert mutters in the crappy approval. He does not clarify whether he means Lieutenant Vent or the officer looming over her, or both. Your lordship. No, noticing you, the 2 junior officers snap to attention, salute. Their subordinates follow their... Okay. I want to speak to the strikers. Albert's mouth twists. He must restrain himself and say nothing. Right you are, Lord Captain. Allow me to wish you good luck. I hope gleams with... Okay. Okay, where are we off to then? Greetings, Your Grace. Wow, for the before. We won't stand for this. A dozen pair of eyes stare apprehensively at you. The people before you are typically inhabitants of lower deck. You take care of you take in their simple clothing, crude weapons, and force to display a very level of mutation from barely discernible to strange and outright grotesque. Won't stand for it anymore. Won't stand for it anymore. A whisper passes through the crowd and dictates the mixture of fear and astonishment. The joy of their reaction. Finally, 3 people who break away from the crowd. An elderly woman, 2 men. These must be the leader, who bow clumsily before you. Lord Captain, you have come down to us. Tell me, what is troubling you? Why are you striking? Striking? That's news to us, your lordship. Thin man grabs a word. All we're doing is saying what we think. Shut up, Rivet. The old woman snaps to turn her hostile eyes towards you. Welcome back, Echo. Here's the deal, your lordship. You damn enforcers are all over us down here. They say they're looking for cultists. One wrong word, they're reaching for the batons. If they want to punish someone, they turn off the beating a whole base for a week at a time, so we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died of inflammation in the lung, all because those enforcers. The woman spits on the floor and rubs the spittle away with the toe of her worn shoe. I get that does not interrupt the worker, but you see the sadness well in her eyes. When children's death are mentioned, she quietly whispers a requiem prayer that makes a sign over herself. It's true, the Vent is only the Vent is the only enforcers who stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks and who grew up grew up amidship and has no fellow feelings towards us. Your lordship, we're no villains here. We're honest workers, your servants. We plotted no disorder. We went on strike openly, and now we got guns pointed at us. We plotted no disorder, guns pointed at us. All we're doing is asking to be allowed to work in peace without being harassed. The persecution started abrupt of nothing, you say. I was told one of you was found possessing a cultist amulet, and that there are heretics hiding here. A cultist amulet? What's that? We, Gyu found a dead drunkard. If it was something evil or forbidden, we sure didn't know. The enforcers just said they were looking for heretics among us, and anyone obstructing their investigation was punished. But how could there be heretics here? We know our own people. There have been no new faces around. Definitely not. And if there were, we'd be the first one to report them. As for the amulet or whatever it is, they took it off the dead body. There is no cultist still breeding in our sector, that's for sure. But when that fight broke out, Some enterprising folk looted the body. The boots they came back with, nobody never threaded these decks in boots so fine, and can tell you that. It seems these counters have better commanders than us. Oh yeah, those boots were really fine, and there was no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We don't know any amulets around here. We all worship the Emperor, and we were born. And when we're working, we bow down to the machine spirit of the large and small transformers and the servo motors, the same way my grandfather was taught 100 years ago by a tech priest who came calling. Believe us, our lordship. We are people of faith. I confirm the information regarding the proper tending of the machine spirits in this sector. Servitors indicate that these commoners are performing the sacraments they are permitted to know. Naive child, weren't you taught from the early age about the dangers of the arch enemy's creation? Weren't you warned that any unfamiliar objects could be one of them? We were told, Holy Sister, but it was long ago. The last time we saw a confessor on our sector, it was just after I'd had my third little one. That is regrettable, but you cannot lay the burden on leading righteous life on the shoulders of the Holy Father. Who will you blame when beasts crawl out of the amulet you stole from the heretics? The Holy Father who was not there, or the scavengers who brought the evil down upon himself and his neighbors? We were attacked on the way here. How do you explain that? Okay, Albert, do you have anything to add? I authorize the use of all necessary measurements to locate the Chaos Worshipper hiding in this sector. The specific steps taken by the officers were not reported to me. Frowns disgruntledly to have to explain himself in front of. Nonetheless, I'm certain that their actions were justified. Cultists are no drunkard stewards. They are the enemy and a threat to the ship. Neutralizing them demand decisive actions. We were attacked on the way here. How do you explain that? Here's the explanation for you. The people have been pushed to the limit, and now they're lashing out as if we don't know why these top tech units are being sent down here. Like the one, like that one there that lieutenant won't let pass. Our clans are all inside the bay that have been sealed off, but the lower decks are big. I'm sure there are some people who've had just about enough. We're getting in from all sides. The soldiers have encircled the ones who've risen up, and our death squads has arrived. It's no wonder folks are lashing out. Their words seem sincere to you. Their body language and glances traded between reveal that the news of the attack shocks them. What changes do you want? Would you look at this? The exalted Lord Captain himself is asking us, Bilgered, what we want. Well, here's what we want. We want you to rein your damn enforcers and quit offing the heat and stop and to stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not it. We want enforcers gone from here. We want to be armed. Give us arms, and we'll govern ourselves. We'll defend ourselves if these cultists do show their face. I've been leader of my clan for 20 years now. Get rid of those damn club-wielding thugs. Can only improve things around here. You've gone too far, old man. You'll never let maggots on the lower deck live without the enforcers breathing down their necks. They probably even insist on the enforcers on the upper decks as too. As for weapons, what do we need them for? Before the first day out, we have some shooting their neighbor out of stupidity and drunkenness. We don't need it. If the enforcers stop hassling us, that'd be enough. In return, we'll find the scavenger who robbed the cultist body, and we'll talk to them, one of the lower decks to another. If there are any more of those damn amulets about, we'll hand them over to the enforcers ourselves. You speak for yourself and your clan, and I'll speak for me and mine. I don't want empty gestures. I want real change. They'll promise us the world now, but as soon as the anointed one turns his back, these brutes will be on us harder than before, all because we dared to speak up. The tall worker's eyes dart between the two arguing leaders. Every few seconds he's opened his mouth as he's planning to agree, but each time he falls silent, simply making a few vague noises. Okay. Spreading anarchy on the ship is the first step to embracing chaos. Putting weapons in untrained hands would be worse. What's more, the enforcers are needed to maintain an oversight of order. Withdrawing them would be withdrawing those demands, and will consider the rest. The tall worker they call Rivet shrugs and casts a sidelong look at the old woman. Old man, listen. The Lord Captain himself has come down to us and offering concession, and I don't know a single person in the whole Depot 4 who's ever stood next to a rogue trader, let alone talk to them. Back down. Now is not the time for you to be a stubborn old crone. Listen to us, old man. The three clans of Depot 4 ought to act as one. We made our minds up. It's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcers or give us weapon. We don't need that. You two are ganging up on me. This isn't dissatisfaction. You two are ganging up on me. Is that it? So brave you are against an old woman, but I'll shut up. I will. Indeed, I won't go against the two clan leaders on my own. If you want to make peace with the enforcers, make your peace. That's great. Just fantastic. Lord Captain, we're all agreed. Thoughts, Albert? The story about going scavenging for boots and accidentally picking up a heretics doesn't convince me. These people were moments away from rebelling and possibly becoming minions of the Arch Enemy. We must not give them what they want, even if they did acquire something innocently, purely out of their own stupidity. That does not mean they are not tainted with corruption. What brings as petty thievery can turn into far greater problems. I have seen it before. In my second war, there was a sergeant of the Imperial Guard. The regiment that was stationed nearby, the sergeant took an ordinary pocket knife from the body of a heretic, and his whole unit lost their lives. When they finally managed to break into the barracks, they found not a single survivor, only the pocket knife, which had grown through all the rows of bed like metal choking vines. So when it comes to scavenging, malcontent, strikers, or whatever they turn into next, my verdict is simple: give them no quarter. I'm going for this one. Like I am playing a good character this time, so then it's decided. Persecution will stop, and I will expect you to assist in the locating any remaining amulets, weapons left by the cultist. Your lordship, thank you. You have not abandoned us on the lower deck. Came yourself and settled everything. I tell my grandchildren about this. Of course, your lordship will root out any nasty business faster than the enforcers, and will leave no stone unturned. Oh, we're level 11. Okay, so what do we have here? Controlled, entrenched, rapid fire. The next range attack made the soldier deal spending all their movement points does not provoke enemy. Allows the soldier to dash through enemies. Can only use once a round. Burst fire. I think we're going with concentration. Concentration fire. Concentration or dash are the ones that actually looks kind of interesting. You know what? We're going with concentration fire. Yep. What do Albert have now? Taunting Scream. Gathers all strength. Okay, yeah. What do you have down here? You have brace for impact. Do not falter. I think we're going weapon skill training. And what do we have with you then? When the operative targets an enemy that is full wounds, that attack deal. Okay, yeah. So here's one of the things that actually interests me a lot of this game. It seems like they're actually going to add mod support to this game, which is going to be really interesting. That's the information I've gotten now. That it looks like they're actually going to add modding. They're adding workshop support. And that is something that actually is really interesting for me, because that is a sign, honestly, that is a sign of a developer that believes in their project. Let's put it that way. And in general, like, you have a lot of things. The thing for outsiders like me with 40k, there is so many. Yeah, that is a thing for a person like me who's into 40k. That is like, oh, all the fucking possibilities. All the possibilities in this game is amazing. If that makes sense. But absolutely, it's 40k is an immense universe, and it's nothing more to say about that, honestly, other than, yeah, it is immense, and that's kind of why people love it, because they can bury themselves into it. And enjoy it immensely. What are we actually going to put on you? Enfeebled, we can't use regeneration. Endure, per soul, deal damage, psyker. I think shield until the start of the next turn. All allies affected by word of the Emperor increase their deflection. Okay. Sword. Invigorate. Oh, he's a warrior psyker. Okay, yeah. Make me think of Pillars of Eternity. I really like this type of top view RPGs. Yeah, I do like this. Plasma power weapon expert. You're actually using power weapon. You're using a power sword. Okay. What are we going to do with you, though? I think we're going forceful strike, and then power weapon, right? Power weapons expand. Yeah, armor. Power weapon. Plasma bolter. What do we have at the bottom for you here then? You also have the, but I think you're more focused on actually like still mind. So I need to get psi rating +1. Okay, that's good to know. So you now a psi rate, like you're 1-up on the psi ranking. Okay, fair enough.
I always keep my options open.
Norval from the upper deck is here to see us. exit is here. Yep, let's go here. Stop unexpectedly. Albert is imperiously dismissed. The unit stands distance and address your other companion saying, I have an urgent matter to discuss with Lord Ken. Please wait a moment. Looks at you and his last vestige of restraint vanishes. Well, are you pleased with your investigation, Lord Captain? You kowtowed to disloyal rabble. You believed their lies and showed leniency. Next time the ship's attacked by cultists, the rabble will welcome them with open arms and allow their wretched havoc they like because they see you as a weaker leader. Is that how you see yourself at the future of the Hounds of Valenius Prosteret? There is some truth in your criticism. I should say so, but heavily sighs he visibly related. You simply need to trust me. I would have handled the situation myself had you not decided to intervene. Remember Captain Theodora, do you think she ever set on slippery foot on the lower deck? No, she did not. Such matter were left to myself and junior officers, while she dedicated herself to grand design for protectorate. That's a protectorate, yes. As any true strategist road trader oughta. Maybe Theodora spent more time trifling matters than he wouldn't had wound up dead. There is a new captain aboard his ship now. I will not repeat her mistakes. I would be only too willing to trust the seneschal to fill my head with such matter, but the situation had spiraled out of control, Albert. Give me a good reason why I shall continue listening to your advice, trusting in your... Looks at you stunned and exhales loudly. He nods. I commend your decisiveness, but I am uncomfortable with introducing new protocol in midst of a crisis. And I lost my temper, Lord Captain. I believe I ought to explain myself. The prosperity of von Valkanius Protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. It's to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentaneous decision in my life. I did it because I saw in the Lord Captain Theodora's deed the sign of a true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge a new route and capture worlds. They create order out of anarchy. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my military time in the Imperium. So I left behind everything I had known, everything my family had known. I come from a long line of officers. I embarked upon this incredibly reckless venture. The Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concerns she had no time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods to distant frontiers on scouting voyages and the advancement of the entire protectorate rested on my shoulders. And then suddenly everything that had been built over years and years began to quake, rattled. A flimsy hangar on seismatic active world. One order of the senior officer betrayed us. The rogue trader was killed. One of the senior officers betrayed us. The rogue trader was killed, and who knows what's happening on the planet. I tell you honestly, without fear of appearing to be weak, all this has come as a grievous blow to me. I'm not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I am duty bound to aid the rogue trader, to aid you, to find your footing as quickly as possible, and to do that I must insulate you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procurement sets out in the ship's regulations. Procedures were established long ago and have been functioning smoothly for decades, cannot suddenly be deemed excessive requirements. Theodora trusted in establishing procedures, and she died. I won't make the same mistake. If you want to keep building the future of the Von Valentius Protectorate with me, stop living in the past. I understand, but you need to learn how to respect me as a Lord Captain Rogue Trader. Accept it and start living in a new world. A world where Theodora is gone and you and I have decisions to make. The prosperity of the Valentius Protectorate is just important to me. You are the only person who has comprehensive knowledge of how things are run on the ship. I think in the future I will follow your recommendations. I value what Theodora created, and I trusted the situation is an aberration of the ship's otherwise smooth operations. Since the establishing procedures are working, I see no reason to change them. I've seen plenty of sentiment and handwriting in recent days, but very little competence. I have no plans to rely on your judgment. I think we're going with the first one, like, stop living in the past. Albert solemnly inclines and yes, my lord captain. After a moment of silence, he adds, looking at you with interest. Your resolve is admirable and demonstrate a strong leadership. I shall remember this moment should my old habits even begin to creep back. And now, please let us leave the lower deck. If the rogue trader desires to stretch his leg, there's far more suitable locations for it. Okay. So he is an old Navy officer. That was actually... I thought Imperial Guard. But that doesn't line up. He's... Okay, things aren't lining up in his backstory of the things he've told us. He wasn't the Imperial Guard. He's an old Navy officer. Those two things don't really combine. You're either or, and they have a fairly distinct hatred towards each other. Lord Captain reporting the heralds of the novice nobility continues to maintain vox silence. Perhaps due to Erak 4 being off limits to visitors, we intercepted signals from the beacon drifting in the station orbit. The demand were clear. We were told to turn the ship around immediately. We also detected accumulated space debris near the station's docks, presumably its remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps esteemed novice nobility's house require aid, and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmission. Order our auger scan of the station. Yes. The officers from the auger crew performed a full scan on the station, but the information is imprecise. They note a wave of distortion of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We're able to assert that reactor cores of the station is still active, but many compartments are underpowered and some fully depressurized. The signal of the biological activities are large present in the central module, which means the station has not been abandoned. So the question remains, why are the esteemed navigators, esteemed Herald navigators ignoring us? Let's contact the station again. I will negotiate personally. I'm sorry, Captain. The station does not reply even after official greeting by the rogue trader and declaration of your intent to negotiate in person. Order the crew to commence docking with the station. Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what's going to happen at the station, so we will have to look for the esteemed navigator blind dock safety. And may the God Emperor light your path. This might be the wrong way to go at it, but begin scan. Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay, this place is warp corrupted. That's warp corrupted, that's heretics.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
Wretched, you will be consigned to oblivion of the four. Immortal Emperor, deliver you servants from peril. Pray will not help your servants be of the damned. In the name of the house of Orselius, I command you to execute the infidels. That fucking delay. Whoa! The tall man stops you with a gesture when you approach, blood trickling down the pearl scale, a weary face, and not just his own blood. Two jet black blinking eyes are watching your every move. The third one, the mark of the navigator's face, is menacingly pulsing behind its lower lid in the middle of the forehead. Step back or I will unleash all the horrors of the sea soul upon you. Emperor, be my witness. Okay. Albert, if you would be so kind. I came from Raycon Manonius after receiving a distress call. Desist, brother. It was the Emperor's will that brought me to this abode. Keep talking to me this way, and I will make you swallow your own tongue. I come from Raycon Manonius. A call, you say? Dark pitted Funkanet. Only one person could send you this way, and it must have been Evane Winterscale. Why didn't he come himself? I came here of my own free will. My people merely decoded the signal that was meant for Winterscale. You don't say. Getting access to personal communicator of the heir to a great dynasty is not easy. Who exactly are you? As if really, wait, I recognize the coat of arms. You're the Lord of von Valkaiser's dynasty. This explains so much. And since the fate has brought such an important person into my abode, allow me to introduce myself before you stands Philip Christoph August, keeper of the station. So you did not come here to offer support to the traitor. This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Iraq 4 is a holy sanctum. Our house, Aurelius, Aurelio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say you are not on the guest list. Navigator looks at his guard and winches. The soldiers are quivering as if their tormented flesh were being flayed, yet they keep clutching their weapons. Why would a keeper of the station command vile mutants condemned by the Emperor? This blame lies on Theobald Oresulum, the second keeper of Iraq 5. The old man was a great navigator, but he could no longer control his powers. I begged him to retire, but he was too obsessed with our mistress, Lady Cassie. His madness and stubbornness spelled doom for the entire station, for he opened his third eye in fit of rage and unleashed the horrors of the warp on those who displeased him. Theobald, I knew, would never have used his power in such reckless manner. This will be difficult to explain to unintended, but I'm going to try. The warp currents in the system have been tumultuous for dozens of cycles, and have worn the veil between the world, our world, and the immaterium thin, frail. At least here on the station, the ruinous powers, chaos, are trying to tear it down completely and corrupt all living things. The servants were the first to fall victim to it. Oh, their bodies morphed. The pain and despair drove their poor souls mad. The lunatics took my mistress prisoner and almost destroyed the station, but I rallied a few who still followed the light of the golden throne to set things right. The Lord Navigator here speaks the unvarnished truth. I bet his station is full of voices and whispers, and trying to break through from the other side, waiting for you to reach out and swing the door open wide. The suffocating grip of the immaterium can be felt across the entire system. It's not surprising that the veil grows thin here of all places. The Navis nobility can command the warp currents, but The use of their ability wears them down, barrier between the two worlds. I actually thought he was a traitor. That was the first feeling I had, that he actually was a traitor. Because usually people in the Warhammer 40k is just, it's so like, if you're corrupt, you're dead. Like, there's very few times they actually take in mutants and stuff like that. There are a few accepted strains of mutant. Navigator is one of them. Ogre is another. Ratling is another. So those are kind of the three ones that actually are the only thing that are actually accepted in the Imperium. Ratling is pretty much hobbits. Ogres, they're ogres. Big, stupid, really terrifying. And navigators are the ones that navigate the ships. There could be some other accepted strains, like more uncommon, but like that's the three big ones of mutants in the Imperium. The only three that are actually accepted. I sincerely hope that the influence of the Immaterium has not yet affected your bodies and soul. With all due respect, I advise you not to remain at the station. Return to your void ship. I need to save Lady Cassia. If you are not willing to help or indeed risk your life, you must leave now. I do not care about your mistress. I'm looking for a navigator, and you will do. Your words are rife with disrespect, and I will not tolerate it. No, I'm not going to fucking piss off the navigator. We're getting one and not force. At what point Warhammer becomes 40k? So Warhammer in of itself, Warhammer is Warhammer Age of Sigmar and Warhammer Fantasy. Warhammer Fantasy is a fantasy world that is set with certain set pieces. Sigmar is the ruin of Warhammer Fantasy coming into a new universe. Warhammer 40k is called Warhammer 40k because Warhammer, it actually is the year 40,000 it plays out. So it's in our world 40,000 years in the future. So we have 38,000 years until Warhammer 40k happens. In the world, so to say. So yeah, the reason it's called 40k is because it's 40,000 years in our scale, if that makes sense. I still have a question and concern. What kind of help are you talking about? I would never ask you such a favor under different circumstances, yet Fleet takes his hand away from his rib cage, notices blood, winch, and wind. Yeah. No. It's our universe. It's our universe because we actually have our planets, Mars and stuff like that. Warhammer Fantasy is a different universe entirely. And Vinches? And yet Lady Cassia's well-being is above all, and I haven't gotten many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness, but you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the Mistress Chamber, you will need to make the holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Oricilia herself. This is control rod for the elevator machine spirit. I have one part, the other was lost during the mutiny, but even this relic will being of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered. Just like in Warhammers, there is chaos. Yeah, like it has the same. There's a ton of different fan theories and like conspiracy theories and stuff like that going on. But one of the main things that actually is there's a theory that one of the 20 Primarchs are actually Sigmar, which is one of the gods in the Warhammer Fantasy, and Warhammer Fantasy is actually just in a pocket dimension in Warhammer 40k. So yeah, there's a ton of theories about it, but the one thing I will say is that they have a lot of similar stuff. But at the same time, every hint and everything like that hints that the Warhammer 40k universe has R, because it has references to Egypt pyramids, stuff like that. It has references to ancient Greek, stuff like that. And I don't mean like, oh, this is inspired by. If you read the books and go through, you have people called perpetuals. Perpetuals are people that live forever. They're kind of immortal to a certain degree. You can only kill them certain ways. And these perpetuals are, for example, in the Warhammer 40k lore, Hitler and World War II has to do with perpetuals. It's two perpetuals actually fighting, and he is creating the Third Reich to create a better world for everyone. But other perpetuals are just like, oh fuck no, you're not dealing with that. We're going to fight you over that. And it's stuff like that that is insinuating that it's our universe and Earth that actually is the Warhammer 40k, and fantasy is something totally different. For example, there's references to Mona Lisa and references to stuff like that on a regular basis in like the more famous arts and stuff like that. The location of the Palace of the Emperor is the Alps. What? Where is it? It's the Alps where the Mount Everest is, right? Right? Yeah. So there's references like that that are pointing at that. Oh, Himalaya, yeah. It's references like that that points at. Yeah, it's me being stupid there for a second. Mount Blanc is in the Alps. Yeah, Alps is the one in Europe, yeah. So there's a lot of references to historical events and stuff like that that kind of points that Warhammer 40k is in our universe. But it's... You have stuff way before as well. So... Like, there's references to... I don't know the exact story, but... There is a knight that slays a dragon in medieval times in Europe. That is implied that that knight is actually the emperor and stuff like that. How do I remake the control rod? I have a phylactery containing the mistress' blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. Most of the ancient and sacred mechanisms will help to rebuild the rod. The tech priest ceaselessly performs the rites to appease, so the machine spirit would serve the house in time of need. The fateful hours is now upon us. Requesting access to the object's data crypt. Navis nobility uses independent modifications of standard sanguinary technology due to the uniqueness of genetic code inherent in lineage of each house. And these technologies were made secret for a reason. I must respectfully decline your request, esteemed servant of the Omnissiah. You have your sacraments and we have ours. So how am I supposed to power the elevator? The station's cognitator is situated in the guard room. You just enter the correct command sequence and the sacred mechanism will do the reset. If it's that simple, why don't you do it yourself? I never said it would be a feat. Feat would be easy to accomplish. The path to the laboratory and the guard room is blocked by the very same madmen who took over the station. They will not negotiate and are not afraid of displeasing the Navis nobility, incurring the wrath of the Emperor. The Emperor's wrath. They bow only to brute strength, something which I currently happen to lack. Guess that makes sense. So what have you decided, son of Valkonius line? Still have question concerning the station. The woes of your house upset the balance of power in this part of the galaxy. I will help you, if not for sake of profit, but for sake of goods, for the good of Imperium. I will be honored to save Lady Navigator from her woes. Rogue Trader aids will cost, but you should rejoice to have your mission. I rescue your mistress, but in return I require House Resilius sign a contract on my procurement. You know what? We're going with that one. Should hurry then. If we stay here to hold the line and lick our wounds. Good luck, trader. You may, and may the Emperor's light be with you.
Is there money to be made? Keep your wits about you.
How are we going to do this?
Nothing's
Okay.
impossible for this old officer.
Good to hear that, Albert. Servant. I'll be damned. Somebody gave the veil between the worlds a good trashing, and not too long ago at that. I think our guests from the other side are seeking a breakthrough into our world. Okay. Gotta love those damn heretics. No, not really. Mutant Commander.
I will lead us to fortune. I'll make it happen. Your arrogance will be your downfall.
Purge them!
Let's go with this, and then let's let the spraying begin. Okay. They're not that tough, honestly, compared to what we've been fighting over the last few times.
It's as good as done. Your end was inevitable.
Everyone, step aside.
Naturally.
Be gone.
I want to test out this guy. 30 hit rate, okay.
Activate calculated fury algorithm. Significant value.
Is the trade mutant over there? Okay.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Victory is imminent. I took care of this one.
Okay. Albert is up to 44 health, damn. Mutant traitor. Mutant traitor. Okay, so we have a fair bit more traitors.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
You missed, great.
High momentum.
Who, if not me? You never stood a chance.
That's 2 dead. And you missed.
Advancing. Request approval function successfully terminated.
I need to get some better gear on people, that's what I'm
They who
thinking.
discern the future on the battlefield.
And you are just going to do
Reduce
that.
to dust.
Okay. We have 1 guy left. Can you hit him? Come on. Believe in you.
None can escape the
You
Emperor's
hit him.
judgment.
Mutant commanders. Okay, yep. Collect all goods. Listen. A good major domo attempts to nurture only the finest flower in the garden, and their masters, that is their master's life. Therefore, new seed in the garden must be weeded out with utmost care, so that garden's trees may yield the sweetest fruit. The lesson below will help you separate the precious seeds from the wild thorns. Cultivate the perfect garden for any lady navigator. A faithful servant always makes sure that their mistress' room and garments are clean. A faithful servant will never offer their mistress the same dress presented earlier in the cycle. A faithful servant offers their mistress a glass of fresh water upon waking. A faithful servant tastes each dish and every drink before serving it to. Okay, yeah. Navigator's flesh sample. Okay, that's.
Let us not go.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Okay.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Okay. Noble silk bonus in persuasion.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Tech use.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Protect the child. What? Mutant traitor. Okay.
The machine god grants me insight.
The traitors are often executed. Deep cuts extending across the mutant's throat. The holding aquila was carved into their forehead. Traitors were often executed
I always keep my
this
options
way.
open.
Data crypt H41. Okay, collect. Yes.
Is there money to be made?
There's more goods over here. There's a door here as well. The keeper of Theobald graciously agreed to provide sample of his kin growth so we could study the influence of rebellious immaterium on the flesh of novice nobility. What? The guy was corrupt and they took him in for study? What? Just as with thought. Navigators are positively resistant to the restless currents of the warp. The God Emperor truly does shield some people against the corruption and misery. But let us go back to the study of mortal flesh. Another servant will be carried in shortly. I must ready the organ extraction equipment. Adamant dust and black water. This was the worst idea that could ever enter my mind. God Emperor be praised. I am lucky to still be alive. My head on my shoulders after this reckless experiment. Nevertheless, what did make an important discovery that adamantine seems to protect the frail flesh of the lower bone to some degree. Oh, okay. Seems to protect the frail low bone to some degree. Having said that, not even macerators can handle his temper, so we should probably introduce more complex compounds into the formula. All the data related to the experiment we recorded to data crypt K14-OH. I will get back to you later once I'm done with the experiment. I have mentioned that the chunk of meteorite found by the Keeper Felix subject is completely useless, although its shining gradually could be used to make new paint for the child. Yes, I'm going to do exactly that. Oh, that sounds absolutely horrible.
Let us not dawdle.
A crumbled sheet of paper while drawing a tall woman, dark eye monster painted with flesh blood. Okay.
Keep your wits about you.
Operation successful. My success is an irrefutable certainty.
I always have a backup plan.
Long lasts. That's actually an upgrade, huh? Dodge reduction. Okay. Nope, more goods here. Okay. It seems like a majority of the things is done. Collect all. Awaken the cognitive windscreen is covered with crackling stains with dried light. Button switches, levers were ripped out of their control panels with exceptional cruelty and scattered around the sacred arc mechanicum. Now sparks and hisses agony, still refuses to perish. I am recording blasphemy. That person found guilty of such cruelty to the noble machines must be sentenced to immediate destruction. You turn a few of the remaining dials and pull activation levers. With a crackled vid of a sacred engine flickers, the cognitator lines emit creaks, groans, The lumens oscillate at random. It takes a while to eventually machine spirit go and grant access to the commentators. Switch to the main chamber controls. Open all doors on the level. The cogs within the mechanism slowly turns with a heavy grinding crackling. Titan machine grants access to station control, at least parts still. Open all doors on the level. Vid screen goes dark if the machine spirit had fled in their mechanical cassette, but the assumption is incorrect as it's filled with static. Over a few later, you can barely make out an inscription amidst the rapidly following changes. Warning, data corrupt, proceeding, error. The spirits of the second machine require special purification rituals in order to restore utilization of Liguino more familiar to the citizen of the Imperium. Request access to the device. Go ahead. My humble pride satisfied. Pasqal drums out resonant crescendo of control panel. His mechadendrite moves. The metal covers. Data cord slips into the machines, and then the cogitator's body starts crackling with electric impulses, and Tech Priest nods its satisfaction. A few minutes later, Pasqal raises his head, his hands above the machine, and chants a brief litany, and he understands and pushes the surviving stump lever. My humble prayers have satisfied the machine spirit. Guard room. Takes a few moments. Station activate. According to this door has already been opened. Return to the list of commands. Called Riken Minoris for help. System carry out the command despite the eager compliance of the machine spirit. The problem does not lie in the mechanic. Main elevator controls. Manipulate the switch with the switches make you realize the elevator to the upper chambers is blocked. Activate the elevator. Okay. Examine log. Oh my god, there's so much reading. There's so much fucking reading. The archive data stored in the cognator data crypt is partly corrupted, but you still manage to access the residual logs. Examine. View the Vox. This is report. Do you copy? The several generators overheated in lower levels. Chambers A to D unpowered. The tech priest crew is sent to investigate. The problem is not responding. Requesting backup. The officer's speech is interrupted by shouting, and recording abruptly ends. Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants has perished due to an explosion and decompression of the living quarters. We've located traces of mechanical interference. Preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Few crew 5, 6, and 9 are cut off from the main compartments. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. Senior station officer, this is the captain speaking. We attempt to contact the Winter Scale Scion for help, but something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply and cannot be sure it was even sent in the first place. A rescue team is not coming. We are on our way. Remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor. You hear? Anyone. If you doubt, shoot to kill. Examine the recent entries of incident logs. X-880 originated classified data. The servants close to the child have started butchering one another again, and an order from above to have their remains reprocessed. The negotiator with Winterscale was successful. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 moons. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It is impressive that we increased the new retainers' resistance to the child's power. Are they housing a demon host? Report X891 originated classified, due date classified, data expunged. Examine the docking logs. Identifying confirms Regent on Australia. Date of visit classified. The reason for visit classified. Date of departure classified. Lots of reading. If it was a fantasy universe with the option to go barbaric, no reading stuff. Absolutely, but I am someone who actually enjoys a lot of the lore, and there's a lot of really tiny things that actually makes it actually interesting, because from my understanding, if you go through a lot of this, you get more clues. More clues leads you to different places and unlock more places for you to go, if that makes sense. Because you have a thing in your journal that just says rumors. So I presume that you have a lot of quests that are hidden behind rumors. You need to discover the rumors and then go to the rumored location and then continue on that way, if that makes sense. That's kind of why I'm like going through the data, and the story is really interesting as well. So they actually have a child here that they need to make sacrifices to, and that goes against everything. Like, I mean, everything that's currently going on, because the fact is that child is there is a possibility that child is a demon host. That could very well be the reason why everything happened on this place, because they actively dealt with a demon host. Examine the security and life support logs. Warning, warning, damage technical compartment A12, B3, D8, and H24 detected. Warning, living quarters, blah blah blah, depressurized. Warning, unable to access the station's docking system. Warning, energy regulation system, unknown error. The station will transfer over to emergency power. Immediate evacuation of the facility is advised. The imminent demise of the Void Station is affirmed. The damage to the core infrastructure has reached critical mass, at which point further degradation has commenced into cascading configuration. View the data encryption. Requires access level security level captain or above. Current access level senior security. Breakthrough the machine. Okay, yeah. Easily bypass the restriction. Machine gun, the cognitive overload processor were unhappily. Most of the encrypted data has been wiped, with traces of purge protocols. Recovery is impossible, but the list of the most recent commands having been embedded in the machine spirit now flies across the screen. Child delete, pitch flow, disabled access code, annual station control, delete, active shuttle cell. Activate shuttle self-destruction, purge command log. So they literally destroyed, yeah, they destroyed the only way out, because, yeah. Exploring the archives while longer yields a surviving exempt from the guard captain report mentioning that his security system had recently been reconfigured. With his knowledge, his comment, only the keepers of the stations have access to the life support system, but the keeper Theobald have been not left the child's side, and neither had I. Could it be? Request data. Theobald location. Upper chambers alive. Orsilia. Brief pause appears. Philic Orsilia, location main hall, status alive. Theobald Orsilia, upper chamber, status alive. Kalio Mira Orsilia, location upper station, deceased. Alexis Orsilia, location lower level, status deceased. Rasmus Eastern, location unknown, status deceased. The child's location, upper chamber, biometric paramedic, rapid heartbeat, elevated, bodily temperature, stress level exceed permissible limit, status, error, attention, calming procedures advised, attention, upper chambers, inaccessible, error, the control rod is not present. If the control rod has been misplaced, immediately contact the station's keeper or Navis Laboratorium custodians. Okay. So it's kind of clear that shit hit the fan.
I always keep my options open.
The child is someone that is really important, but they're not really. Everything that the child pretty much touches. Heresy has found its way to the wall. The steamed house. Okay. Okay, we're going to do this quickly. So, we haven't picked up any more helmets. Persuasion bonus. All attacks of opportunity deal additional agility damage. That might actually be better for you. We are going to equip you with a weapon. You're getting the long lass. We need to equip you with a weapon as well. Can't have you not having any kind of ranged weapon. That's the thing that actually is hurting you the most, I think. Recall raid. It doesn't show you fire rate though. That's the thing that is actually bothering me. Max ammo. No, fire rate there. Oh yeah, so the one that has one more fire rate. Okay, yeah. You have the plasma, you're good. You're good, you're good. Yep. Okay. We need to head over here and have a look as well.
The machine gun grants me insight.
Slicing the guts wide open. Okay, yeah. Catechism of Saint Androsus.
Would you look at that?
Ripper auto pistol. Close. Okay.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Do I have everyone here? Yes, I do. Okay, it's locked. Where can we go then?
Let us not dawdle.
Mumbles incoherently. Can we get down once there?
Is there money to be made?
If we jump
An
over there,
expected result.
can we get access to
Always keep your eye on the prize.
the elevator? Recover the control rod. Okay.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Where can we go then? Where can we go?
Keep your wits about you.
Here was the way we went in. That's not a way we can go. Continue going. Is that a ladder?
I always have a backup plan.
Awakening cognitive switch main chamber controls. Open all. Main hall. Library. The control has been executed. Laboratory. Okay. Yeah. And Heretics comes out, I have a feeling. That means we can now move over
Rise to the
to the
top,
next
or
part, I
get
think.
left in the dust.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
The synthetic ammonionic fluid across the floor barely discerned traces stretch the sides of the opposite entrance. Okay. We have a door there. Let's have a look here. Cosmetic stench of regent. Search your nostrils. The broken glass crunches on the foot. Somebody wanted to destroy the laboratory or its finds. Okay, another one of those. Over here we have another one. Unidentified foul-smelling liquid.
Is there money to be made?
More goods. Psi crystal. That's the first time we've gotten that.
I always keep my options open.
Remake the control rod. Transducer. What? Unsure. Unsupported item. What is a transducer? What the fuck does it make? Okay, let's do this then. What do we have here? Characteristics, toughness or strength. You know what? Melee damage, strength, great. That, take more hits, right? By poison. You know what? Let's improve that on you. Complete. Now me. What do we have here? Agility. I can't put more ballistic skills. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Then I'm actually going to pump up perception. And then we're going with bolt mass. Bolt proficiency. Advanced persuasion. Advanced tech use. Grenadier. I think we're going to go with that. Grenadier. Because that means that I can actually throw grenades on a more regular basis with this character. Yeah. Operative. Join perfect shot. What do you have? Okay, we had psi rating on you, I think. The thing we wanted to go for. There's psi rating 1. And what do we want for you? Perception, strength. Swift movement. You're immensely slow. What do you have? Joint alliances. All enemies within the area. Operatives removes 1 exploit from each enemy within the 5-cell operative. If there is only 1 enemy in the area, the operation removes all exploit stacks from that enemy. All ×2 number of exploit removed. Allies gain armor until the end of the combat. If 4 or more exploits are removed, the operatives gain plus number of removed exploits damage until the end of combat. That sounds really good. Operatives, their allies attack also remove exploits. Deal int plus damage. That sounds a lot better, honestly. Reduce the requirement for heavy weapons. Basic tech use. You're over 100 plus in tech use already. Calculation. Forge word character gain plus toughness bonus deflection against the burning effects. Fling. Pinnacle weaponing. The first attack in combat with any plasma, melta, or power weapon deals additional damage equal to int bonus for a remainder of the combat. Bonus is decreased. 70. You are one-hitting little guy right now. And it's only you left now. Toughness. Coercion.
Keep your wits about you.
Animatite. More and more servants are being influenced by the immaterium, and it has nothing to do with the child's more frequent tension. We discovered that the corrupted flesh and mutated reach the most unusual to the crystal we purchased from the Winterscale dynasty. I strongly recommend finally grinding the region to catalyze the reaction. Do not use acid and any circumstances. Do not use acid under any circumstances. Trust me, you will not likely have to tend to the burns for the next dozen turns in a row. This calls something more basic. Oh, one more thing. The tech priest blessed with the data, H for the 1OK, for the calculation number for the Chronos turn, which means it is no longer necessary to remain near the device while awaiting for the reaction. The data H4KO malfunctioned over the course of our research. I reminded the technomats I delivered this sacred mechanism to Magus Diocutius' capable hands. It's so like, what the fuck?
I always have a backup plan.
Do you see that?
Talisman of Changing Waves. Hollow Finger Bone Charm. Okay.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Does this mean we can now activate and move around in the elevator? I think so.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
I always get the job done.
Mauled by the forces beyond the moral capacity. Control rod is required. Am I dumb? Am I missing something?
Compared to naval
really
service,
obvious?
that was barely a challenge.
Is there money to be made?
warps here. Okay. That is actually good for Hydra, right? Bonus warp lore. Okay, it's just warp lore.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust. Let us not dawdle.
That's a closed. There's no door here in here either.
I always keep my options open. What do we have here?
Yeah, it's 41 we wanted. Okay. And we want that, I think. And that. Yep, that wasn't good.
I always have a
Join me
backup
in
plan.
prayer.
Okay. Are we screwed now? We can't do anything?
Is there money to be made?
Where the
Always
fuck
keep your eye on the
are
prize.
we going? We need to do something in this room more, I think, but I don't understand what it is we need to do.
Keep your wits about you.
Subgroup.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust. Let us not dawdle.
Am I dumb? Am I missing something totally
I always
obvious?
have a backup plan. Always keep your eye on the prize. Is there money to be made?
Biogel. An elevator control rod with the help of the navigator's technology.
I always keep my options open.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
You have dealt with the threat and powered the elevator. Well done. I trust you brought the activation rod as well. Remember, every second of hesitating may cost my mistress life. The crossroads. There are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They are wearing masks, so poor, flimsy, they all fall slightest touch, and hiding a blind man, another traitor. There are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to accursed eyes. They all wear masks, so poor and flimsy, they fall the slightest touch. One is hiding a blind man, the other one is... Tell me more, what paths? I cannot say. One is paved. You simply have to decide of what kind of tragedy you like most. Who is who? My whispering and giggling nastily, they will not speak. They're not little things. They say tearing off the mask is your concern. Thank you. Everything is clear now. Dreadnought's tiny glance as Philek out of the corner of her eyes. This station has enough problems without your sorcery psyker. Philek waves Idra off. Keep the key. Can you explain yourself, Scion of the One Dynasty? What is the meaning of this? Who is the child mentioned in the documents and reports found on the station? You meddled with something you should have left alone. The keeper folds his arm and shakes his head disapproving. The child is what the station servants call the Lady Cassia. For commoners, dirty mouth must sully her name by uttering it. You see, it is not beneficial for servants to have their vocal organs altered. Some prove to be more useful when they are still able to speak. The madmen I fought were convinced that we were traitors. The servants alone cannot be blamed for what happened on the station. Most corpses I discovered were either unarmed or feeble. The warp corrupts not only the soul, but as much the body and the mind. The mad and the furious, a single servant wielding more strength than an entire squad of Mistress's personal guard. The bodyguard had their minds fogged as well, but their hold will let them hold, and just long enough to destroy those who rushed in assaulted with bare hands. The man of destroying the shuttles, shutting off the power, disabling the security system, too many things required special access available to only the keeper of the station. I'm sure you're aware there's 2 keepers of the station. Your guess is absolutely correct. Sebald Orselius has the old demented man obsessed with Lady Cassia and her power, and also no one to blame the woes on befallen Evec 4 on our noble line. The madmen I fought were convinced that we were the traitors. That is why they are insane. Will you really heed the ramblings of retainers who dared to raise their hand against the scion of the noble line? It still bothers me. It still bothers me. Like, it still really bothers me, the fact that it seems like he is the traitor in my mind. I can't get past that. I can't get past that. The fact that he has mutated soldiers. He assassinated, by the looking of it, pure soldiers. He's the one locked out of most of the things. And he's just, yeah. Enough. I would not trust you as far as I could throw you. It really is the time to end this. Squares his shoulder and gestures to his guard. I was hoping to find an ally in you, but you are now merely a delaying of the sorrowful end to the story. Prepare to die.
You will beg for mercy, but I will grant none.
You dare cross the faithful?
Cam frozen. Let's see what we can do about that. Properties. Okay, yeah. We're back. We're back. Let's start the battle.
I'll do it. Is a friend.
One guy down. Okay. Ouch.
done with this one. For the throne's glory.
And you missed. It seems.
The body. I will endure.
It seems the safest place.
Heretics!
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I'll make it happen. On it. I'll make it happen.
Okay. Pasqal is after this. Okay, we're just going to end it. Pasqal is moving up here, and he's doing that.
I venerate you, machine spirit. My competences are not that universal.
Follow my lead. It will be done. I took care of this one.
Okay, and now just out of reach.
Anything else?
So,
High momentum.
come on, hit it. Nice. Happens. I would mind too. I have to punch it in order to make it work. Works again sometimes. All I do when the cam stops is I deactivate it and start it again. Because I'm running the cam through NVIDIA streaming program. So you can see that the background of me, I don't have a green screen, nothing like that. I chroma out everything out with that program. And that's running in the background. Yep. No green screen, nothing. NVIDIA Broadcast is what the program is called. So this is just virtually. There's no green screen, nothing. It has other things. For example, it has one of the freakiest things you have is the fact that look at the camera. There's literally a thing that makes you look at the camera all the time. That is bonkers. You really need good lights, I suppose. I just have a basic ring light, like it's like, yeah. Lighting is probably something you need, yeah, if you run it. Okay, him. Warp Curse Unleashed. They really don't like Agatha, huh?
Let's see to it. Be gone.
We need to actually. Yep, that is all the bodyguards. They could fully well be a bad decision from my part. Concentration.
I'll see
Pop
to
that
it
as
personally.
well. And if we get a crit now, we kill him. No, we didn't get a crit, but he is not far away from it.
Running by narrative.
Tactical goggles. Oh, tactical! It's an upgrade of what it's what I actually wanted on my character. Love it.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Should I divine our next step?
Let us not dawdle.
Okay. I do use chroma key in things for videos, like in a key light. That's why I do not use green screen when I stream a lot of the power in order to have the lights on for hours in the dark places I live. Yeah, it comes down to this. It's something. It is 50% for me. If the light's on, I'm streaming. Then because you can see that I turn my head sometimes and just look off into the distance. That means that someone has opened the door to the room I'm in, and they want something from me, so I usually mute. And a lot of the people that actually are here and open the door on a regular basis, they open it and say a few words or look at me. I mute myself on stream. I talk to them, and they get the okay to talk, and then we talk a bit, and then they leave. So it's for everyone else involved as well, if that makes sense, because it's pretty much the sign. Okay, he's streaming. Okay, then I can't actually go into the room or something like that. In a weird way, it makes sense, right? Yeah.
Keep your wits about you.
The pale figure with unnatural long limbs stands with her arms raised and her hands deforming into a talon like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood, continually streams from her scarlet mist eye. Her spiny gills slightly hidden under her disheveled hair twitch nervously as you approach. Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden jewelry ornament, and when your eyes meet, you sense an overwhelming soul-smothering power. As otherworldly creatures gaze slide over you, your entire core shudders in terror. Flashes of past warp nightmare reemerges from the shadows of your memory and paralyzes your will. You gasp for air in terror, drowning under the crushing wave of pain. You cannot catch your breath. Hot tears burn your cheeks. Why is this happening? Why is this happening to you? Why do you feel lonely, in so much pain? Does this feeling belong to you? Idra admits something between a moan and a drown-out whimper. Ow, ow. As my own little pals weren't bad enough, now this one is barging into my head. Somebody stop her. I'm registering a normal activity in tear ducts. The salt being produced by my body may negatively affect the performance of my respirator apparatus. The vulnerability must be rectified. It has been logged. I haven't found a good solution yet. I have many green screens ideas for years. I'd look into your NVIDIA solution. Yeah. Heresy. Agatha looks at the tall figure in a strange mixture of anger and sadness. She lowers her head and right well. Requires iconoclast followers. Overcome the crushing despair. I know why I'm here, and then so I stand strong against the illusion. Albert, is this Lord Cassia, I presume? Seneschal stares in the Lady Navigator's direction, in the fair direction, with a faraway look, and turns sharply away, awkwardly wipes his eyes. What a wild creature is this? Agatha? A wild creature is this, Agatha. Rid this world of heresy. Henrik's, what is this heresy? Muscle in Henrik's jaw twitches as he struggles to maintain self-control. This is one of the novice nobility, the noble caste of mutants who guide humanity's stewardship through a treacherous warp and the rogue traders. Stop asking stupid questions and go negotiate with our new... Lady Cassia, I'm here to help. Please calm yourself. She warily shakes her head, lets out a drawn-out sound similar to sobbing and howling. What is it happening? Was someone calling my name? Are the betrayers dead already? Who are you? I'm looking for navigator to... I'm Björn von Shadowpelt. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. A knee settles over her feature as he nods coldly. Pardon my manners, Björn. I did not expect to make such gracious acquaintance in such time of great sorrow in our house. What is this? I feel faint. Hendrik jerks abruptly as he intends to dash forward, but someone else is quicker. The heavy-set old man who has been kneeling nearby erupts in a low sob, his eyes swollen from crying. Darth desperately around the room as through the veil of ignorance has just been ripped through. The child, Lady Cassia, where are you, sacred child? The throne preserved, despite of his venerable age. The navigator leaps up, rushes to the young woman's side. Fjord Ursil, the old man shifts, revealing his face. It's threaded with jet black veins, and his bulging milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A silky, sweaty scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. My eyes failed me, for they are unable to make out as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you, one wrong move and I will bring the wrath of the House Aurelio down upon your head. Watch your word, Captain. This one is deranged. It's making the Whisperer shriek like crazy. He might just open his eye. Threatening the head of the dynasty is a grave offense, esteemed whoever you are. I mean no harm. I'm here to seek Navigator's aid. At present, I'm trying to determine what happened. Yeah, we're going with this. It sounds more... At present, I'm trying to determine what happened on Eureka 5. I'll grant you that you do not look like pirates who have come to covet the riches of the record station or the scoundrel in Felix service. Who are you? Call me Björn Shadowpelt. Attempting to hide your family name will only make me more suspicious. However weak through my eyes may be, they can still make out a noble coat of arms on your attires, and a compass regalia unique to rogue traders. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapon, your intentions are probably peaceful, and our House Aurelio now ask a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer, think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house, you decide. What curse has taken hold of everyone in the room? Fyodor, curse? Do you not understand the sacred gift given to our child? When the child is sad, we all weep. When the child smiles, we all laugh giddily. And if the child wants blood, the world turns crimson, and the child's will is the will of the great Tisiopian. She is one of the heirs of the House Oreselio. And they call me dangerous with witchcraft, either mutters. What service do you ask of me? I want to know what happened between you and Philic. Philic is my wayward student. He came to Eureka 4 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him into entrusting him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of the house, a sacred child, to revel in power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss to prevent centuries-long tradition of our family. You can see the fruits of villainy for yourself. He decided was not bound by his duties to legacy or greatness, legacy of the greatness of our Novators, a matriarch that rules over the Navigator houses, figuratively and often biologically, father or mother of the dynasty. Navators. Okay, that's the first time I've actually heard that. Tisbone Osir, who led our house to prosperity for countless years, foolish boy. The renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control over the dynasty before the sacred child has come of age and take up the Navitor throne. I presume the Navis nobility house has reason for threatening the for treasuring the child other than uncontrolled outbursts of warp sorcery. What might those be, I wonder? A young, immature navigator who likely hasn't completed her training. Enough. Theobald then drops him with indignant shout. Enough. I will not have you questioning myself or my charge within the domain of the house. How could you lose control of your own station? You look frightened. Freshy eyes look at him unwavering dignity. You are not supposed to see me or Philic, or the sacred child navigator are highly paid for their loyal service for the Imperium according to his will. No one dare judge the guides of humanity, the chosen of the galactic sovereign himself. What services do you ask of me? Hope glimmered. Save the sacred child. Take her away from the station. I fear I do not have long left. A blemish riveting trickling down the old man's chin. He wipes the mutated brushly away. In his sleeve, you glimpse a strange burn covering his flesh under his clothing. This strange movement must be caused by him, causing him unbearable pain. Save the child, deliver her to safety to Regent Aeronaut, according to the acting head of householders in the Kronos Expanse. Rest assured the reward will be worth the effort. I know we have come here for Navigator, but after everything we've seen, I've got more reservation about this girl. Agatha looks at Cassia and painful sorrow appears on her brows. Such a fragile thing with such a heavy burden on her shoulder. How could you lose control of your own station? Do not thrust my errors in my face. I'm twice your age and twice as wise. Take my advice. Trust no one but yourself and the Emperor. Even those closest to you will betray you for gold, power, or far-fetched idea of a bright future. You're talking as though you expect to die here. My face shrugs indifferently. My services to the house are coming to an end. The wounds Philic inflicted on my flesh will never heal. I'm dying. Praise the throne slowly enough to see the child is taken care of. If you need my help, there's a Medicaid deck on my ship. But Theobald only shakes. No, I'm the keeper of Erak 4, and I will perish along with my station. On that note, I have other matters to attend to. Philic accused you of treachery, Theobald. Why should I trust your words? Defending myself before strangers, never thought I would fall so low. The old man looks unmoving at Cassia and shakes his head resignation. If the child's life were not at stake, very well, I have no choice or proof of my innocence. I can give you my word as a member of the Navas nobility. If the honest word of an honorable man counts for anything with you, I guard this station against calamities, incursions from without, to the best of my ability. Force the wards to strictly observe security protocol. I personally selected every servant, and I faithfully protected the child during the coup. I believe I've made my decision. Cassia shall come with me. Good. That's good. Old man nervously licks his lip, but do allow us to say a proper farewell. Kerbals coughs up.
Wake up, my mistress, my sacred child. It is all over now. It is over.
What happened? You. I remember you. Have you come to save us?
Child, please, listen to me very carefully. One last time. You will now embark on a voyage with this lord to rejoin the house and its regent in the Corollas expanse. I will not be able to accompany you on this journey.
Another trickle of blood runs down the old man's face, this time from his nose and ears. Yeah.
No! Not you too! Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze! You're coming with me! Your mistress is giving you an order. Do you hear me?
Hot wave of despair that is not yours washes over you. Your palms sweat and your heart freezes in panic.
Mistress, I fear this will be your only order that I dare to disobey. I am the keeper of Yurak 5, and alas, I have less than a day in me. Allow me to serve you one last time and honor my final duty to House Orselio.
Orselio.
I will remain on the station
Orselio.
and destroy the secrets it holds.
Oh, Theobald.
I regret that we meet under the circumstances. The crimson tears stained the lady navigator with white skin once again. But this time her power does not make everyone weep. Yeah, we're not going to interrupt.
What are you going to do to me?
If you wish to leave the station alive, you must first sign a contract you are willing to undertake the obligations of a navigator. Rogue trader of Imperium. Offer my protection. Let us aid one another. Become my navigator, and I shall restore your house Aurelio to its restore you to Aurelius at the earliest opportunity. I think that's the one I'm going with. Do not fear what is to come, child. You are ready to guide any vessel. I know this because I taught you myself. And it's difficult to imagine more worthy company than a rogue trader. But remember, your safety is of paramount importance. Get to the great regade and fulfill your destiny.
Accompanying a rogue trader on their travels is an honor for any navigator. Let us go. I can no longer bear the sight of the deathly pale shadows that drape the bodies of the fallen.
Honestly, I want her instead of Hendrix. Okay. As if... Well, oh, that's fancy. As if the painting was rendered by several different hands and timid, uncertain lines interlaced, rough fury strokes coming together or arcane shape. That looks awesome, honestly. When no one appears living in the cage, somebody was filled through with dried fruit. Okay.
I always have a backup plan.
It says it's loot somewhere here. But where though? There.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Collect all. Yeah. We have one more now. One more of the retinue. We have the rogue trader. But here's the kicker. It's already past 12 o'clock. I don't know why. This game is a game that I have a hard time putting down. And that's something that I'm actually enjoying right now. Okay, it's just thing upon thing upon thing. Analyze external hardware. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for a communion ritual, but if Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first. Your heart starts beating furiously. Your beating come to a short stop as your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Vigdis is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement in search of the source of the wave of unease. First, I wish to speak to Rogue Trader. Leave us. Without even looking at the Voxmaster, Cassia waves her away. Of course, when you're ready for the ritual, please let me know. There's a giant cog over there. That's one damn giant cog. Cassia sweeps her perceptive gaze over Vigdis, then lowers her lashes slightly and turns to you. What do you wish to speak about? After a few seconds of hesitation, lets out a small exhale and raises her chin, and then raises her pointed chin. I have not yet thanked you for saving me from me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash. Then Theobald's heart stopped, but you acted honorably and did not exploit me in my wretched state, my wretched position, and for that I am immeasurably grateful. But now I'm ready to go to the Sanctum Navis to perform sacred rites. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paint you have on board, but not red. Why are you asking for these items? Now it's not the time for indulge. Tell me more about what ritual entails. I doubt the unintelligible could understand by the mysteries of navigation, but I shall try to explain the essence of it. I merge my mind and will with the machine spirit of the ship, and I become one with the vessel. Lifts a lock of hair at the back of her neck, revealing glide implant port. Okay, so a port to connect directly to the ship. After that, I use House Aurelius ritual, which I am loath to reveal to you. to free my mind of all errant thought, and then it's time to open the third eye, peer into the depths of the warp itself. Among the nightmares, vision, mirages, and creatures of the abyss, only the light of the Emperor is the truth that will lead me from star to star, from system to system. Oh, the light, the guiding thread. It's so fine I can slip from one grasp at any moment. Cassian unfurls her hand and something drops. But you have nothing to worry about. The Navigator House Aurelius, it's just Aurelia now, never loses their course. Why do you refuse red paint? It's my habit to use my blood of my attendants so as to preserve my own. However, given the current circumstances, my own will serve even better. The blood of novice nobility is sacred, and it's more suitable communion ritual. Why are you asking? Why are you asking for these items now? It's not time to indulge in painting. You're asking questions, the answer which you cannot comprehend. Perhaps I may explain it to you on a later time, but now is not the time for precious waste. As a navigator of House Aurelio, I give my word that without the canvas and paint, we have little hope of a smooth journey through the warp. I have no reason to lie. I shall ensure that all the necessary supplies are delivered to your Sanctus Navis. I should take my leave of you, for during of the rite I ask you do not follow me. Few can survive the gaze of the warp eye when it opened. Okay. Next cutscene. Lord Captain, I oversee the open channels between Lady Navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor's light help us all. We're not warp jumping now though, we're still doing stuff in the system. We still have things to do in the system. Voxcaster Sanctum Navis pick up Soration of cloth pies chanting and metallic implant clicking of metallic implants. The severance voice of Lady Navigator breaks the silence. Initiate communal. You hear the exalted ring of metal freed score and stiffen the grasp of Navigator, rhythm drip liquid canvas, and a faint whisper of brush. I see violet vortex flashing on the ocean with a million flames and umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance. A storm rising above the foaming waters. Armadas drowning in fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother, and the sun pale disk goes tireless pursuit of her. Know me, its frozen rays lies in the frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deadened, the great ruler is gone. The Vox Master recalls Cassia's word that accidentally snaps one of the conductate lever, and the panel beneath her fingers emits a sparks, and the Voxcaster falls silent. She quickly flips to a series of switches. And my abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I've never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. Connection is restored now. I will not let it happen again. Leave the navigator undisturbed, yeah. It appears the servants were soul-shredding screams drowned the vox transmission. This servants of the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like a wild beast, moaning in pain. Their throats raw strain them. Sudden silence and the dull thud of a dropping bodies proclaim their fate. It appears the servants were part of Lady Navigator's rite, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after a ritual, or what is left of them. Rogue Trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should have been two. Dividing what should be whole into two. Okay. And my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around my brush, only draw me onwards. The way is blocked. You're here an exhale, rustling fabric and metallic clinging. By the Emperor's grate, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament present a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me. Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Spare me a few moments of your time, please. There are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I want to report the condition of Uruk 5. Regrettably, we arrived too late to evacuate the citizens of the station. Warp disrupted, affected Uruk 5, twisted their bodies and minds and its attendants. The corruption failed to affect Lady Cassia. Thank the Emperor, the navigators are trained in resisting the Immaterium pull. I would also like to remind you that the Governor of Media is still waiting for you to talk in the command center. Why is it always business with you? Couldn't you just sometime visit me and tell me how wonderful things are? I am flying out to meet the Governor immediately. Prepare our shuttle. Of course, Lord Captain. Lord Captain, there is some commotion on the officer's deck. Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom, where unintended crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what has brought Cassia back to deck. There is a real story going on here, and I like it. But we are actually going to call it here. We've been streaming for almost 5 hours. I started to stream a bit late and stuff like that, so yeah. Okay, it's just straight to it directly.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
Now the navigator is engrossed in pursuing a dusty tome which appears to have been neglected by other officers. Be it because of sloth or dullness of mind, when You walk closer. Cassia looks up at you and starts to hide weathered book. I need to finish this before I actually leave, and I have a feeling that this is going to take a bit of time. It pleases me to see you're adjusting to the life aboard. I was most of the time listening while working. Alas, the title alone is not enough to hold everyone's attention all the time. What to think you're doing? Don't give you permission to leave the bridge. Point to the book. I see you're fond of reading.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing. Yurak 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
Cassia gently brushes the dust off the cover with her thin, clawed hand. Her eyes filled with longing after reminiscing about her lost home. The events that took place at Yurak Farm must have shaken you greatly. Yeah, I think that's... I hope that you have had ample time to calm yourself and your powers. Are you sad? I think we're going with this. Events took place on Yurak 5 must have shaken you greatly. Are you well?
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders. But it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
Cassia's response is reverent, pointedly decorous, currently intended to create distance between you. Clearly intended to create distance between you. Are you satisfied with your new attendants?
Your servants are somewhat sluggish when it comes to attending a noblewoman of the Navis nobility, but they are quite tolerable. Thank you for your concern.
Cassia cringes ever so slightly, adjusting the adornment on her forehead and so awkwardly hide her claw in her fold of her clothes. Unnatural appearance of a navigator often becomes the topic of gossip among the lowly servants and officers alike. It's clearly that she does not feel comfortable aboard the ship teeming with new people. I hope that you have ample time to calm yourself down and your powers.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior and your question just now insulting. Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying. You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I. I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
You have nothing to apologize. Human emotions are neutral, to be good or bad, and it's just as natural to share them with others. It is indeed difficult for me to feel empathy for a mutant, however. I'm beginning to think that Lady Cassia, that the feeling I have for you are far more complicated. You have nothing to apologize for. Human emotions are natural. They are good or bad. And it's just natural to share them with others.
Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station. Of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urak 5. So, why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here? At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls, and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but... My delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
I would rather we find amusement elsewhere, perhaps. Fuck's sake! What I find childish is your manner of addressing me as your friend, and your mistaken belief that anyone here would be interested in hearing. I do not understand what's going through your head. My own life has turned upside. I understand what you're going through. My own life has turned upside down not too long ago.
Indeed. I did not know. That is to say, I could not have known, as it is the first time we are speaking in a circumstance so private. My word, when I found this place, it was so full of officers. Why did they all leave?
That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. It is, if I may be so bold to presume, my subject must have found himself overcome by a rare beauty, as has I. Is it too bad that we are enjoying each other's company, or would you prefer to proceed straight? Why? Why is it? I do not tolerate idlers on my ship, and my officers know it well.
Then, I must take my leave as well. I am due to inspect the Sanctum Navis after the communion ritual and prepare the chamber for the upcoming warp jump. Thank you for your company.
Yes, yes, yes. I don't know why, I just find it really cringe, some of the comments that were there, like, oh, let's proceed to our chambers. Yeah, fuck no. Fuck no. Anyway, we are entering the bridge, and if nothing special event or anything like that happens, we are calling it. as it usually happens in this game, fuck, nothing. Okay, we're fine, we're fine. Let's look at our inventory a bit. That is actually kind of interesting. It's a single shot. Where is Abel? There he is. You're not going to have that anymore. You're going to have that. Could go a scatter. The solid protection have increased over penetration. Oh, she's an officer. She is actually an officer. She's a buffer. Oh, that's cool. But anyway, we're going to go through this tomorrow. And that's actually going to be it for me tonight. I want to wish everyone a good night. And if you actually missed any of this, I'm going to try... That's one of the things I'm actually going to do tomorrow. Actually upload everything in this whole series is getting uploaded to YouTube. Just straight up thrown up there in 6-hour increments for the people who actually want to go through that. I don't know if anyone actually wants, but I'm doing it. Anyway, good night everyone, and if you see this on YouTube, hello.